Welcome, dear listener, to Candle by the Sea. Tonight, I invite you to leave the day behind and drift gently into a world of starlight, soft whispers, and endless skies. Let your body relax, your shoulders soften, your hands rest, and your breath lengthens with each quiet inhale and exhale. Let your mind float freely, letting go of all worries as if they dissolve into the night air. Before we begin, if you enjoy these bedtime journeys, you may wish to subscribe so the stars can always guide you back to stories like this. And now, allow your imagination to open fully and let us step together into the realms of Estreel, where the crown of endless stars awaits, a place of gentle wonder, soft echoes, and timeless light. The Crown of Endless Stars. Part 1. The Whispering Crater of Fallen Light. In the northernmost reaches of Aerith, where the highlands rolled like a sleeping giant beneath endless skies, there lived a young warrior named Caelan. The highlands were not harsh, though many believed them to be. They were vast and wind-shaped, yes, carved by centuries of quiet gales that hummed through tall grasses and bent the heather into silver waves. But those who truly listened knew the highlands were gentle. They spoke in murmurs, in long exhalations of air that brushed the cheek and slipped through the folds of a traveler's cloak like a familiar hand. Caelan had grown within those winds. Each morning before dawn, he rose while the world was still wrapped in indigo hush. He practiced the forms he had been taught since childhood, movements of blade and breath, of stance and stillness. His sword cut nothing but air, yet he moved as though tracing invisible patterns left by something older than steel. He was skilled, that much was certain. His balance was unwavering, his strikes precise, his posture steady as the stone markers scattered across the hills. Yet when he finished his practice, he would always pause. He would lower the blade, and he would look to the sky. For many months now, the sky had been different, not in ways most would notice. The constellations still shimmered. The moon still wandered her slow path. But to Caelan's quiet awareness, something subtle had shifted. Certain stars flickered too soon. Others seemed to drift from their familiar alignments, as though unsure of their place. And sometimes, in the moments just before sleep, he heard something. Not a voice exactly, more like a memory carried on starlight. It began on a night when the wind fell completely still. The highlands were rarely without breath, yet that evening the grasses stood upright and unmoving. Even the heather seemed to wait. Caelan stood outside his small stone dwelling, cloak wrapped loosely around his shoulders, watching the horizon fade into violet. The first stars emerged pale, hesitant, as though uncertain of their timing. Then the sky brightened, not with dawn, but with motion. A streak of silver crossed the heavens, slow and deliberate, leaving behind a luminous trail that lingered far longer than any falling star should. Then another followed, and another. They did not blaze violently. They descended like drifting embers, soft and purposeful. Caelan felt it in his chest before he understood it in his mind. A pull, not downward, northward, toward the untraveled valleys where even shepherds seldom wandered. The meteor shower continued, though it felt less like a random cascade and more like a pattern unfolding, deliberate lines drawn across the sky, pointing, whispering. He did not wake the others. He did not announce his leaving. He simply gathered his cloak, fastened his sword at his side, more from habit than necessity, and began to walk. The highlands unfolded before him in silver blue shadow. The moon, not yet risen, left the land bathed in starlight alone. Caelan moved with practiced ease across uneven stone and wind-brushed ridges. His steps were quiet, guided by instinct older than maps. As he walked, the air seemed to hum faintly. The further north he traveled, the stronger the sensation grew. A subtle vibration beneath the earth, as though the land itself were holding a note too long. Hours passed. The sky deepened. The falling stars continued, fewer now, but brighter. At last, the land dipped sharply into a hidden valley. One Caelan had glimpsed only from distant hilltops, but never entered. It was cradled by steep slopes, protected from wind, veiled in shadow, and at its center, something glowed, not brightly, but steadily. A soft radiance pulsed upward from the earth itself, breathing in slow intervals. Caelan descended carefully, boots brushing loose stone, cloak whispering against tall grasses. The air grew warmer with each step, not hot, but alive, tinged with something metallic and sweet, like rain before it falls. When he reached the valley floor, he saw it clearly. A crater, wide and perfectly circular, as though carved by a celestial hand. Its edges shimmered faintly, dusted with silver residue that caught the starlight like frost. Within the crater's center lay a pool, not of water, but of liquid light. It moved gently, rippling though no wind touched it. Threads of radiance coiled within its depths, weaving and unwinding like slow-breathing serpents made of dawn. Caelan approached without fear. He did not feel threatened. He felt expected. The ground beneath his boots shifted slightly, settling as though acknowledging his presence. He stepped to the crater's edge and gazed downward. The liquid light reflected not his face, but the sky above. Only the sky was different. The constellations within the pool shimmered in patterns he did not recognize. Lines of starlight connected distant points, forming shapes unknown to his memory. As he leaned closer, the surface trembled, and from its mirrored depths, a figure began to emerge. She did not rise from the pool as flesh rises from water. She unfolded from reflection, as though the sky itself had chosen to take shape. Her form was luminous, but gentle, woven of pale radiance that shifted like moonlight through thin cloud. Her hair flowed behind her not with gravity, but with some slower celestial current. Her eyes held no harsh brightness, only depth, like the space between stars. Caelan did not draw his sword. He did not step back. He simply bowed his head. The figure regarded him with quiet recognition. "Astriel is not lost," she said softly. Her voice did not echo across the valley. It resonated within him like a chord struck gently against his ribs. "It is waiting to be remembered." The name stirred something faint in Caelan's memory. He had heard whispers of it in childhood tales, a kingdom of sky and light, spoken of by elders who rarely spoke of myths at all. But Astriel had been described as fallen, faded, gone. The figure extended one luminous hand toward the liquid light. "A crown was once woven," she continued, "not of dominion, but of listening. The crown of endless stars." At the name, the surface of the crater brightened slightly, threads of light intertwining, as though recalling their own shape. "It did not command the heavens," she said. "It heard them. It guided what was already longing to move." Her gaze softened. When its bearer forgot how to listen, Astriel was not destroyed. It was unremembered. The word lingered. Unremembered. Not shattered, not burned, simply allowed to fade. Caelan felt a subtle ache in his chest, not sorrow, but recognition. How many things had he allowed to fade by not listening closely enough? "Why show me this?" he asked quietly. The luminous figure stepped closer, though her feet never disturbed the pool's surface. "Because the sky remembers you." The words were not grand. They were not thunderous prophecy. They were simple, certain. Caelan inhaled slowly. The valley seemed to inhale with him. "The crown lies scattered," she continued, its fragments hidden across lands that once knew Astriel's breath. 5 trials guard them, not trials of blade or conquest, but of stillness, memory, surrender. As she spoke, a single thread of starlight rose from the pool. It floated toward him, delicate as spun glass. He extended his hand instinctively. The thread settled against his palm. It did not burn. It did not shock. It warmed faintly, then dissolved into his skin, leaving behind a subtle glow that pulsed once, then steadied. "The first echo awakens," she said. Caelan looked at his hand. A faint shimmer lingered along the lines of his palm, as though etched in silver ink. "What must I do?" he asked. The figure's expression did not change, yet something like approval softened the air around them. "Walk," she said. "Listen. Remember what the sky once was and what it longs to become." The crater's light began to dim slightly, not fading, but settling. "Where do I begin?" She turned her gaze northward, beyond the valley walls, beyond the known ridges of Aerith. The shimmering expanse awaits. There, the sky lies beneath your feet. Her form flickered gently, edges dissolving back into reflection. One who seeks to shape the heavens must first learn not to disturb them. And then she was gone. The liquid light stilled. The crater dimmed to a quiet glow. The valley fell silent once more. Caelan remained where he stood for several long breaths, absorbing the echo of her presence. The night felt different now, not altered, but attentive. He looked upward. The falling stars had ceased. The constellations above shimmered in patient alignment, as though watching. He pressed his palm lightly against his chest. The faint warmth remained, steady and calm. He did not feel chosen. He did not feel burdened. He felt invited. The wind returned slowly, brushing across the valley's rim, carrying with it the familiar scent of heather and distant stone. Caelan turned toward the northern slopes. The highlands no longer felt like the edge of his world. They felt like its beginning. Without haste, without fear, he began to climb. Behind him, the whispering crater of fallen light continued its soft, steady glow. A quiet reminder that some kingdoms are never truly lost. They are simply waiting to be heard. And above him, the stars lingered a little longer than they had the night before, as though already remembering. Part 2. The shimmering expanse of silent constellations. By the time Caelan Thorn reached the edge of the highlands of Aerith, the land had already begun to change. The rolling green slopes gave way to pale earth streaked with silver veins, as though the ground itself remembered starlight. The grasses thinned. The wind, once constant and familiar, grew softer, as if it too were listening. For 3 days he walked northward, guided not by map nor milestone, but by the faint warmth that pulsed within his palm. The star thread that had dissolved into his skin did not glow brightly, nor did it burn. It simply lingered, a quiet presence, like a heartbeat that was not entirely his own. At night, he slept beneath the open sky. The constellations seemed closer here, their light clearer, less diffused by mist. And sometimes, just before sleep claimed him, he thought he felt the sky shifting, not dramatically, but subtly, like a great being adjusting its breath. On the 4th evening, he reached it, the shimmering expanse. It stretched before him in silence. At first glance, it appeared to be a desert, vast, pale, and endless. But it was unlike any desert Caelan had imagined. The sand was not golden nor coarse. It shimmered faintly, each grain reflecting light like powdered glass. Even under the soft blush of dusk, the ground glowed with a subdued radiance. He stepped forward carefully. The sand did not crunch beneath his boots. It sighed. A soft, almost musical exhale followed each step, as though the land were aware of his passing. By the time night fully settled, the true nature of the expanse revealed itself. The sky above blossomed with stars, innumerable and bright. But beneath his feet, the same stars appeared, reflected, not faintly, not blurred, perfectly. Every constellation, every distant flicker, mirrored across the silver sands, as though the heavens had folded downward and settled upon the earth. Caelan stood motionless. He had never seen such stillness. There was no wind here, no shifting dune, no cry of distant creature. The expanse was a vast bowl of silence, holding both sky and reflection in equal measure. He took a tentative step forward. The reflected stars beneath his boot shimmered and fractured slightly, scattering light outward in gentle ripples. The disturbance lingered for several heartbeats before settling again. He frowned softly. One who seeks to shape the heavens must first learn not to disturb them. The words of the luminous guardian returned to him with quiet clarity. A voice answered from somewhere behind him. Then perhaps you should tread more lightly. Caelan turned slowly. A figure stood at the boundary between the highlands and the expanse, as though she had always been there, woven into the seam between worlds. She wore robes of pale silver, layered in translucent fabric that moved without wind. Across her shoulders draped a mantle embroidered with delicate constellations, stitched in faintly glowing thread. Her dark hair fell in loose waves, adorned with thin chains of starlight that chimed softly when she inclined her head. In her hands, she carried a long scroll and a slender instrument resembling a compass, though its needle pointed upward rather than north. Elyra of the Vale, she introduced herself gently, her voice low and measured. Cartographer of what has been forgotten. Caelan bowed his head in respect. I did not expect company in such a place. Elyra's lips curved faintly. You are not the only one who listens for echoes. She stepped onto the expanse. Her feet did not disturb the reflected stars. The sand beneath her seemed to welcome her passage, parting subtly and settling without ripple. Caelan watched carefully. How do you walk without breaking them? He asked. I do not walk against them, she replied. I walk with them. She gestured toward the mirrored constellations. The first trial lies here. He felt the warmth in his palm pulse, once, in quiet confirmation. What must I do? Elyra studied him for a long moment, her gaze neither appraising nor skeptical, merely attentive. You must cross the expanse without disturbing a single reflected star. Caelan glanced at the vast distance stretching before him. The desert seemed endless, horizon dissolving into night. That will take many hours. Perhaps, she said. Or perhaps time moves differently when one ceases to hurry. He removed his boots. The sand beneath his bare feet felt cool and faintly smooth, like polished stone warmed by moonlight. He took a breath, then another, and stepped forward. The first step fractured a constellation beneath him. The reflected stars scattered outward in shimmering rings. A soft wind rose suddenly, not fierce, but present. The mirrored sky wavered. Caelan paused. The wind faded slowly as the reflection reformed. Your heart moves faster than your feet, Elyra observed quietly. He closed his eyes. He listened. At first, he heard only his own breath, steady, but slightly heightened. The memory of the crater, the weight of expectation, the unknown distance ahead. He exhaled slowly, letting those thoughts settle like dust. He stepped again, more gently this time. The reflected stars trembled, but did not scatter. Encouraged, he continued. Each step required intention. Not force, not speed, but awareness of the pressure of his foot, of the subtle give of sand, of the mirrored light beneath him. Minutes passed, then longer stretches of silence. The expanse seemed to respond to his internal rhythm. When his mind wandered, when he wondered how far he had yet to go, the reflections beneath him blurred faintly. When he returned his focus to breath and sensation, they sharpened once more. Why guard the crown with stillness? He asked softly as he walked. Because stillness reveals truth, Elyndor replied, gliding alongside him at a respectful distance. Power distorts, ambition agitates, but stillness clarifies. The sky above shimmered in slow arcs. Caelan noticed something then. The constellations beneath his feet were not exact replicas of those above. Some patterns differed slightly. Lines connected stars that remained separate in the heavens. These are not the skies I know, he murmured. They are the skies Estriel once charted, Elyndor said, before it was unremembered. The word resonated within him. He adjusted his pace, even slower now. Each step became deliberate, almost reverent. His weight distributed carefully, his breath long and even. The expanse seemed to approve. The sand grew smoother. The mirrored constellations brightened subtly, as though illuminated from within. Hours passed, or perhaps moments. Time loosened its hold in that silver silence. Halfway across, doubt surfaced. What if he failed? What if a single misstep unraveled the reflection entirely? The thought alone caused a flicker beneath his foot. The stars fractured briefly. A ripple spread outward, distorting an entire constellation into wavering lines. A soft wind began to rise once more. Caelan stilled himself immediately. He closed his eyes again, not in frustration, but in surrender. The crown was not to be seized. It was to be welcomed. He inhaled deeply, feeling the cool desert air fill his lungs. He exhaled slowly, releasing the need to succeed. The wind settled. The reflection repaired itself. When he opened his eyes again, the mirrored sky beneath him appeared even clearer than before. He smiled faintly and continued. The final stretch of the expanse unfolded in profound silence. His steps became so light that even he could barely feel them. It was as though he were not crossing the desert at all, but floating across it. At last, the far edge came into view. A faint line of pale stone marked the boundary, where sand met solid ground once more. With one final, careful step, Caelan reached it. The mirrored stars beneath his feet remained whole. Unbroken, the expanse shimmered gently, then settled into still brilliance. Behind him, the vast desert seemed to glow faintly in approval. Elyra joined him at the edge. "You have completed the first trial," she said softly. Caelan looked back across the distance he had crossed. It seemed impossible now that he had once disturbed it so easily. "I did nothing," he said quietly. "You listened," she corrected. The sand at the center of the expanse began to glow. A single shard of light rose upward from its depths, brighter than the first thread he had received at the crater, yet still gentle. It drifted toward him. He extended his hand. The shard hovered briefly above his palm, then dissolved into him like warm rain. The glow beneath his skin deepened slightly, intertwining with the first star thread. He felt no surge of power, only balance. The sky above shifted subtly. A faint aurora shimmered along the northern horizon. Thin ribbons of pale blue and silver that swayed like silk. "They remember," Elyra whispered. "Who?" Caelan asked. "The stars." He stood in silence, watching the aurora's slow dance. "What lies ahead?" he asked after a time. "The skyborn sanctum of Elyndor," she replied, "where memory lingers among the clouds." She turned slightly, gazing toward distant mountains barely visible in starlight. "Will you guide me there?" he asked. Elyra's expression softened. "I will walk beside you for a while," she said. "But some thresholds must be crossed alone." The expanse behind them grew dimmer as they stepped away, its mirrored sky settling back into quiet perfection. Caelan slipped his boots back on, feeling the familiar weight of leather and earth. Yet something within him had shifted. His steps were lighter now, not because he forced them to be, but because he no longer pressed against the ground. As they walked toward the distant rise where desert met stone, the wind returned faint and cool, and above them, the stars lingered longer than they had the night before, not flickering, not uncertain, simply steady, as though in the vast and silent expanse, something ancient had begun to awaken, and somewhere beyond sight, beyond even memory, the echoes of a streel stirred once more. Part 3. The Skyborn Sanctum of Elyndor. Beyond the shimmering expanse, the world began to rise. The silver sands gave way to pale stone, and the air grew thinner, clearer, touched by a quiet elevation that felt less like climbing a mountain and more like ascending toward something remembered. For 2 days, Caelan and Elyra walked along a winding path carved into the cliffs that bordered the desert. The stone beneath their feet shimmered faintly, as though the expanse had left behind a residue of starlight. Elyra spoke little during those days. When she did, her words were sparse and thoughtful, offered like small lanterns rather than blazing torches. "Elyndor does not reveal itself to those who seek spectacle," she said once, as dawn unfurled in soft lavender across the eastern sky. "It appears to those who are willing to see quietly." On the morning of the 3rd day, the path ended. Ahead of them stretched open sky. Clouds drifted below the cliff's edge, vast luminous seas of white and silver rolling slowly across the world beneath. They did not churn like storm clouds. They flowed like breath. Caelan stepped closer to the edge, his cloak stirring gently in the high-altitude wind. "There is no path," he observed. "There is," Elyra replied softly. She extended her hand toward the empty air. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the sky shimmered. A thin line of light appeared delicate as a thread, stretching outward from the cliff's edge into the open horizon. It was not solid stone, nor wood, nor rope. It was light, interwoven strands of pale gold and silver, braided together like a suspended tapestry. A bridge. Caelan regarded it steadily. "It will hold," he asked. "It holds what trusts it," Elyra answered. She stepped forward first. Her foot touched the woven light, and the bridge brightened slightly beneath her weight, as though welcoming her presence. Caelan followed. The sensation was unlike walking upon sand or stone. The bridge yielded gently beneath his step, resilient but alive, humming faintly with energy that resonated through the soles of his boots. Below, the sea of clouds stretched endlessly, their surface rippling in slow motion. Above, the sky seemed closer than ever, vast and crystalline. The stars faint, but still visible even in daylight's approach. They walked in silence. Halfway across, Elyra slowed. "You must continue alone," she said. Caelan turned toward her. The bridge extended far beyond them, curving upward into a bank of luminous cloud where something faintly gleamed. "You will not come?" he asked. "This threshold is yours." Her gaze was steady, kind. "Elyndor remembers differently for each who enter." He inclined his head in understanding. "Thank you," he said quietly. She smiled, not broadly, but with the subtle warmth of one who sees a constellation align. Then she stepped backward. The bridge did not recede beneath her. Instead, it softened, dissolving gently into mist until she stood once more upon the cliff behind. Caelan faced forward. He continued alone. The woven bridge curved upward more steeply now, guiding him toward the luminous cloud bank ahead. As he passed through it, cool vapor brushed his face, damp and fragrant, carrying the faint scent of parchment and old stone. When he emerged from the mist, he halted. Suspended above the endless sea of clouds stood the skyborn sanctum of Elyndor. It was neither vast nor towering in the way he had imagined. It did not dominate the sky. It hovered within it, balanced and serene. White stone arches formed a circular colonnade around an open courtyard. Delicate pillars reached upward, supporting nothing but air. Between them, translucent banners drifted slowly, embroidered with constellations that shimmered in faint motion. At the center of the sanctum rose a single observatory dome, its surface smooth and pearlescent, etched with intricate celestial maps. The entire structure seemed weightless, anchored not by foundation, but by intention. Caelan stepped onto the courtyard floor. The woven bridge behind him dissolved into light. The air within the sanctum felt different, quieter, denser with memory. He removed his cloak and let it rest over one shoulder, his hand unconsciously brushing the hilt of his sword. A soft chime resonated through the courtyard, not from bell nor instrument, but from the pillars themselves, as though acknowledging his arrival. "Welcome, Caelan Thorn." The voice was not Elira. It carried neither sorrow nor joy, only clarity. He turned. An elderly figure stood beneath one of the arches. The man's robes were simple, flowing white-edged with faint silver thread. His hair fell long and pale down his back, stirred by currents of air that Caelan could not feel. His eyes were luminous, not glowing, but reflecting depths that seemed to contain entire constellations. "I am Keeper Arian," he said gently, "last of the skyward monks." Caelan bowed respectfully. "I seek the fragments of the crown of endless stars." Arian regarded him without surprise. "The crown does not respond to seeking," he said softly. "It responds to remembering." He gestured toward the observatory dome. "Come." They walked together into the sanctum's heart. Inside, the dome's ceiling arched high above, entirely transparent. The sky was visible in perfect clarity, though it was now late afternoon. Stars shimmered faintly through the pale blue, visible even in daylight. At the center of the chamber stood a circular platform of smooth white stone. Upon it rested no throne, no altar, only a single pedestal upon which lay an empty circlet of clear crystal. Not the crown, a placeholder. This sanctum was built to study not the positions of stars, Arian said, but their emotions. Caelan tilted his head slightly. "Their emotions." Arian smiled faintly. "The heavens are not cold mechanisms. They are living patterns. They shift in response to harmony and to imbalance." He circled the platform slowly. When a streel faded, it was not through violence. It was through forgetting. A bearer once sought to command what should have been listened to. The word echoed again. "Unremembered." "The second trial," Arian said quietly, "is not of strength. It is of memory." He stepped aside. "You must remember the sky as it was, not through sight, but through feeling." Caelan frowned slightly. "I have never seen a streel." "No," Arian agreed, "but the sky has seen you." The chamber grew still. The pillars hummed faintly. Arian gestured toward the pedestal. "Lay down your sword." Caelan's hand tightened unconsciously around the hilt. The blade had been his companion since youth, symbol of discipline, of identity. Yet the expanse had taught him that some things must be softened. He removed the sword slowly. The steel caught the ambient light, reflecting faint constellations along its length. He placed it upon the pedestal beside the empty circlet. The moment the blade touched stone, the dome above darkened. Daylight faded. Night unfolded within the sanctum. The stars overhead brightened, not as distant points, but as vivid orbs suspended within reach. The floor beneath Caelan's feet dissolved into starlight. He stood upon a field of luminous constellations. Images began to form around him, not solid, not fully real, but impressions woven of light. He saw towers of white crystal rising above cloud seas. He saw terraces lined with lanterns shaped like moons. He heard soft choral voices echoing through airy halls. Estriel, not grand in conquest, but radiant in harmony. Figures moved through its spaces, not armored, not rigid, but graceful, attentive. At the center stood a figure wearing a crown of living stars. The crown glowed gently, threads of constellations woven into delicate arcs. The figure raised their hands. Storm clouds gathered in the distance. With a subtle gesture, the crown bearer stilled them, not forcefully, but through listening. The winds softened. The storm redirected, dispersing harmlessly across open sea. Harmony. Then the image shifted. The same figure stood again, but this time their posture was rigid. The storm approached once more. Instead of listening, they commanded. The sky responded, but unevenly. The winds fractured. The clouds churned against each other in resistance. A crack of dissonance rippled across the heavens. The constellations flickered. Estriel's towers dimmed. The vision faded. Silence returned. Caelan stood alone in the starlit dome. He felt no anger toward the past bearer, only understanding. Ambition, even well-intentioned, could disturb delicate balances. The stars above him shimmered faintly, uncertain. He closed his eyes. He did not attempt to recreate Estriel in perfect clarity. He did not strive to rebuild its towers in his mind. Instead, he focused on the feeling he had sensed in the first vision. Harmony, listening, belonging. He slowed his breath. He felt the air around him, cool, weightless. He imagined standing beneath a sky that was not something to command, but something to converse with. Gradually, the shimmer above steadied. The stars brightened. When he opened his eyes, the dome had shifted. The constellations aligned into patterns he had glimpsed faintly within the expanse's reflection. A gentle warmth rose in his chest. A shard of crystalline light descended from the apex of the dome. It hovered before him, brighter than the fragments before, yet still gentle. He extended his hand. The shard dissolved into him. The warmth in his palm deepened, intertwining with the earlier fragments, weaving a subtle lattice beneath his skin. The floor reformed into white stone. Daylight returned softly. Arian stood nearby, watching with quiet approval. "You remembered," the keeper said. Caelan shook his head slightly. "I felt." Arian inclined his head. "Then you understand." He gestured toward the doorway. "The celestial span of unwritten horizons awaits. There, surrender will be asked of you." Caelan retrieved his sword from the pedestal. It felt lighter now, not diminished, but balanced. As he stepped toward the courtyard, the woven bridge began to form once more beyond the sanctum's edge. The sea of clouds below shimmered faintly, reflecting hints of aurora that were not yet visible to the waking world. He paused at the threshold and looked back once. The skyborn sanctum of Elyndor hovered in serene silence, its pillars humming faintly with celestial memory. Not a fortress, not a monument, a reminder. Then he stepped onto the bridge of light, and far above, the stars lingered steady, listening, as though the echoes of a streel had grown stronger in his wake. Part 4. The celestial span of unwritten horizons. The skyborn sanctum had not vanished when Caelan stepped beyond its luminous threshold. It had unfolded, where he had imagined chambers of stone suspended in air. He instead found himself standing upon a bridge of light, vast, gently curving, stretching into distances that seemed too serene to measure. The bridge shimmered like woven dawn, each thread softly radiant, neither solid nor insubstantial. Beneath his boots, it hummed with a low, steady resonance, not sound but breath, as if the world itself inhaled and exhaled through this span. Above him, there was no sky. There was depth. An expanse of layered constellations shimmered in slow, contemplative arcs. Some glowed faintly, like embers half remembered. Others pulsed with living clarity. Between them flowed pale, drifting veils of light, like rivers of mist suspended in eternity. Caelan stood very still. The crown of endless stars rested lightly in his hands, not yet upon his brow. Its circlet shimmered with restrained brilliance, as if aware it had reached the threshold of its true purpose, but awaited permission to awaken. This was the celestial span of unwritten horizons. He understood now that this place was not a structure. It was possibility. Each direction along the radiant bridge shimmered with faint, half-formed constellations. Patterns not yet completed, stories not yet sung into the firmament. The sky here was unfinished. It was waiting. Caelan took a slow, steady breath. The air, if it could be called air, felt cool and gentle, like the first inhalation upon a mountain summit before dawn. There was no wind, yet he sensed the faintest brush of currents, as if memory itself were guiding him. He began to walk. Each step upon the luminous span created subtle ripples of starlight beneath his boots, spreading outward in quiet, concentric circles. The bridge did not tremble. It welcomed him. As he walked, the constellations above shifted ever so subtly, not in reaction, but in acknowledgement. A cluster of dim stars brightened slightly as he passed, curious yet unassuming. The path did not fork, yet it offered choices. To his left, a series of faint stars suggested the outline of a winged creature, incomplete. To his right, a scattering of light hinted at a crown similar to the one he carried. Ahead, a wide arc of emptiness beckoned with gentle insistence. Caelan paused. The crown pulsed softly, gentle, but insistent. He closed his eyes and remembered the whispering crater, where fallen light had murmured in fragments of memory, the shimmering expanse, where silent constellations had tested his patience, the sanctum of Elyndor, where architecture had dissolved into pure intention. Each place had taught him the same quiet truth. Power was not seized, it was aligned with. He opened his eyes and stepped forward, not toward the brightest stars, nor toward the most defined shape, but toward the open arc of emptiness ahead, the unfinished sky. As he approached, the emptiness widened. It was not darkness. It was an unmarked canvas, waiting. He stepped onto a wide, circular platform of pale light. Beyond it, faint stardust drifted in slow, graceful currents, waiting to be guided into form. Caelan understood this was the trial, not of endurance, not of skill, not of conquest, but of authorship. The celestial span of unwritten horizons was not asking him to command the sky. It was asking him what he would listen to and what he would allow to bloom. He knelt at the center of the platform, the crown resting gently in his hands. "I do not wish to command," he whispered, voice carried lightly into the expanse. "I wish only to listen." The words did not echo. They settled. For a long moment, nothing shifted. Then, at the edge of the platform, a figure of faint starlight began to take shape. Not abruptly, not as a blaze of radiance, but gradually, like mist condensing from light itself. The form rose, taller than any mortal frame, yet perfectly balanced, neither harsh nor overwhelming. Threads of light wove through it, carrying constellations not pinned to flesh, but flowing like thoughts through consciousness. Caelan remained kneeling. He did not reach for his sword. The presence regarded him. There was no face, yet there was focus. No eyes, yet perception. And within that presence, Caelan felt neither judgment nor expectation, only recognition. "You have walked the echoes," the luminous voice conveyed. "You have crossed the quiet. You have chosen the unmarked sky." Caelan whispered, "Are you Elyndor?" The presence shimmered subtly, pulsing like a distant dawn. "I am what remains, not a god enthroned, not a weaver alone, a memory diffused into pattern. The Skyweaver, Elyndor." Caelan lifted his gaze. "You shaped the first constellations," he said softly. "I guided their beginnings, but no sky remains whole through a single will." The threads of Elyndor's form extended outward, not touching Caelan, but encompassing him, weaving gently into the unfinished constellations above and around the platform. "The crown you carry was never meant to dominate the heavens," the voice continued. "It was meant to invite them." Above, the faint stardust shifted closer, swirling in delicate currents around the platform. Caelan looked down at the crown. "What must I do?" "Do not place it to command. Place it to listen." The platform brightened. The celestial span behind him shimmered, affirming his understanding. He rose slowly, the crown lightening in weight, no longer anticipation, but promise. He placed it gently upon his brow. There was no burst of power, no sudden blaze. Instead, a widening, a gentle radiance that extended outward like ripples across still water. He felt the constellations moving, subtle shifts, balancing, aligning. Threads that had drifted too far, arcs that had lost form, all returning to quiet coherence. A single gesture of his hand drew a faint thread of starlight into the emptiness before him. Not imposed, suggested, invited. The stars responded gracefully. Slowly, patterns began to emerge, arcs of possibility, hints of stories yet told. A small cluster arranged itself into the form of a traveler gazing forward. Not a warrior, not a conqueror, a wanderer. Caelan smiled faintly. The sky was not being rewritten. It was being continued. Beside him, Elyndor's luminous form thinned, threads of light dispersing into the forming constellations. Your hand is steady. Your listening is true. The fading was gentle, intentional. Will you vanish? Caelan asked softly. Not vanish. Become indistinguishable from the song. The Skyweaver's threads dissolved completely into the surrounding starlight. And in that moment, the Skyweaver was everywhere, no longer apart from the sky, but as it. The platform beneath Caelan remained, but he was no longer alone. The constellations, alive in their gentle alignment, shimmered in quiet acknowledgement. He understood that this was not an ending. It was a beginning, without urgency. The stars would always shift, patterns would drift, new silences would form, and he would walk the celestial span again and again, not to control, but to attend. The crown of endless stars glowed softly upon his brow, not as a symbol of authority, but as a bridge between earth and firmament. Far below, though distance could not truly be measured, the lands of wind and stone rested beneath renewed constellations. The world did not tremble. It exhaled. Caelan stood at the edge of the unwritten sky, crowned not with power, but with stewardship. And above him, the constellations continued their patient, eternal breathing, guided by hands that understood the gentleness required to shape the heavens without breaking their song. The celestial span shimmered once more, then settled into luminous stillness. The sky was no longer waiting. It was listening back. Part 5. The Throne of the Listening Firmament. Caelan descended from the celestial span of unwritten horizons with a quiet breath, the crown of endless stars resting gently upon his brow. The luminous bridge behind him shimmered softly, dissolving into threads of fading starlight that drifted down like silver mist. He felt neither triumph nor urgency, only a calm sense of alignment, as if the world itself had exhaled in relief. The air around him carried a faint hum, resonating through his bones and mind. Not a sound exactly, but a presence, the echo of Elyndor, the Skyweaver, now dispersed yet quietly woven into the patterns of the heavens. Caelan understood. Elyndor was no longer a separate being to be encountered. Elyndor had become the constellations themselves, listening, guiding, waiting. Each fragment, from the crater, the expanse, the sanctum, and the span now pulsed together in a single rhythm. The crown of endless stars was complete, not an object to wield, but a living bridge, carrying Caelan into the quiet harmony of the constellations. Beneath him stretched a plateau of cloud, pale and steady, reflecting the soft starlight that lingered even in the dawn's early glow. Beyond it, the lands of the mortal world unfurled, rolling hills, forests tinted with soft mist, rivers that shimmered in the morning light. The world felt more alive than ever, yet fragile in its quietness. Caelan took a measured step forward. The crown did not weigh him down. Instead, it seemed to pulse in alignment with his heartbeat, attuned to his intent. Every subtle shift in his perception rippled outward, brushing against distant constellations that had not yet fully remembered their own balance. He walked toward the center of the plateau, where a single structure rose from the clouds, the throne of the listening firmament. It was unlike any throne he had imagined in childhood stories. It was not carved from stone nor gilded in gold. It was sculpted from starlight and intention, formed of luminous arcs that curved gently around a central seat, anchored in cloud, but reaching toward the constellations. The throne was not imposing. It was inviting. Caelan approached and rested a hand upon its surface. The moment he touched it, the luminous arcs responded, flexing subtly, as if recognizing the hand of one who listened rather than demanded. The crown above him shimmered brighter, threads of light flowing downward into the throne itself, linking him to the firmament in a lattice of delicate, living energy. He lowered himself into the seat. The sensation was neither weighty nor hollow. It was complete, balanced, whole. And then the sky shifted, not dramatically, not with thunder or sudden brilliance. It moved as a living canvas does when observed closely. Imperceptible arcs straightened. Faint clusters of stars drew near one another. The soft currents of unformed constellations began to settle into gentle harmony. The crown translated the quiet will of the sky through him. Every star that wished alignment, every subtle imbalance that had drifted for centuries, flowed toward recognition. Caelan did not command. He did not choose. He listened. And through listening, he guided. Minutes, hours, perhaps lifetimes passed indistinguishably. Time in this place was like breath, slow, deliberate, continuous. The light of the stars painted memories upon him. Visions of Elyndor shaping the first constellations, of mortals long forgotten gazing at skies in awe, of every trial the crown had endured through ages of misuse and neglect. He did not see Elyndor, but he felt Elyndor, the first Skyweaver's presence, diffused into the rhythm of every pattern, every subtle pulse in the firmament. A faint chime reached him from below, as if the plateau itself were singing a quiet note. From the edges of the throne, gentle threads of light extended toward the distant horizon. Caelan followed them with his awareness, allowing the crown to carry intention without interference. The stars were not passive. They were patient, curious, responsive. Somewhere beyond, he sensed the shimmering expanse of silent constellations, distant but alive, holding memories of his first steps across the starlit sands. The crater of fallen light whispered faintly of the beginnings of his journey. Every step he had taken had led here, not to seize the crown, not to conquer the sky, but to listen with it. A soft warmth rose within him. It was not pride, it was understanding. The crown of endless stars, which had once seemed like an artifact of immense power, now felt like a conduit. Its true nature was not to impose, but to attune. To bear it was to bear responsibility without dominion. Above, the constellations pulsed in slow, measured rhythm. Threads of light arced between distant clusters, forming delicate bridges across emptiness. The sky was alive, yet patient. It required no drama, no spectacle, no urgency, only stewardship. Caelan closed his eyes. He breathed. And in that calm, he felt the first whispers of guidance from the crown itself. Not commands, suggestions, gentle hints of alignment. It was subtle, a nudge rather than a push, a brush of wind rather than a gale. The stars responded to his attention, forming new patterns as if conversing with him. One faint cluster arched toward another, completing a subtle constellation resembling a traveler with an outstretched hand. Another braided a series of minor stars into an arc that mirrored the wings of the winged creature he had glimpsed on the celestial span. He imagined not power, but connection, and with that, the throne beneath him seemed to glow in quiet approval. The crown pulsed, threads of light reaching across the firmament, linking every unformed constellation with one another. The universe felt alive, attentive, yet still gentle, a living map of harmony, waiting for those willing to observe. Minutes passed, hours, perhaps lifetimes. Then the throne itself seemed to shift, not physically, but in resonance. It hummed faintly, extending its influence outward, and in that extension, Caelan sensed the lands below, forests, rivers, hills, mountains. Every place under the sky's watch was attuned to his calm stewardship. The crown was no longer just a bridge to the heavens. It had become a bridge between the skies and the world below, subtle but undeniable. He lowered his hands to rest lightly upon his knees. The throne hummed softly. The stars continued their patient arcs. And in that moment, Caelan understood the truth of the crown of endless stars. It was never about control. It was never about mastery. It was about listening. A soft light coalesced at the apex of the throne, faint, deliberate. The threads of Elyndor's dispersed presence, which had guided him from the sanctum, now intertwined with Caelan's own consciousness, not merging, not replacing, but blending. He felt Elyndor's original intention carried across millennia, flowing gently into his own choices. And in that quiet, gentle blending, a new harmony was born. Caelan rose from the throne, letting the crown rest lightly upon his brow. The platform beneath him shimmered and softened. The celestial span behind him glimmered faintly, as if awaiting further steps. He looked across the firmament, vast, infinite, unhurried. Every unformed constellation now held potential. Every thread of light could become a story, a guide, a beacon. And he realized that the final trial had never been about claiming the crown. It had been about understanding the weight of stewardship, not as possession, but as care. Not as dominion, but as listening. The soft hum of the throne accompanied him as he stepped toward the edge of the platform, toward the luminous bridge that would carry him back to the mortal lands. The crown pulsed once, acknowledging him, acknowledging the patience and gentleness he had shown. Below, the world waited. Rivers shimmered faintly. Forests swayed in gentle rhythm. Mountains stretched into the mists of morning. And above, the stars, newly aligned, aware, patient, pulsed in quiet accord. Caelan descended the bridge slowly, each step a careful note in the song of the heavens. The crown of endless stars resting gently upon him, guided without command, translating the listening of the firmament into understanding and care. When he finally set foot on solid ground once more, the morning sun had begun its ascent. He could feel the gentle warmth upon the earth beneath his feet, the familiar scent of stone and grass. He lowered his hand to touch the crown, smiling softly. It was not a moment of triumph, but a moment of peace. Caelan Thorne had crossed deserts of fallen light, walked silent expanses, and ascended the skyborn sanctum. He had listened, not conquered. He had aligned, not imposed. And in doing so, he had become the bridge the crown had always required. The stars above continued their gentle arcs. The wind carried faint echoes of Elyndor's presence, now diffused throughout the sky, not as a master, but as a memory woven into harmony. Caelan looked back once toward the horizon. The celestial span shimmered faintly in the distance, waiting for the next careful hand, the next patient observer. He turned forward. The lands stretched before him, awake with possibilities. The crown pulsed lightly, a gentle rhythm, a reminder, a song of the listening firmament. And with that, Caelan walked into the world once more, carrying the stars upon his brow, not as a king, not as a master, but as a steward. The skies had chosen him to listen, and now he would carry that quiet, patient song wherever he went. The world exhaled in harmony, and the crown of endless stars glowed softly, eternal yet gentle, a bridge between the heavens and the hearts of those who walked beneath them. And now, our journey with Caelan comes to a gentle pause. The constellations above shimmer softly, and the echoes of a streel continue their quiet song. If you enjoyed traveling through the stars tonight, you may consider subscribing so you can return to more tales that carry you gently into sleep. And if you are still awake, allow yourself to be carried further by the soothing music, letting the soft melodies drift around you, guiding you calmly and slowly into the deepest, most restful sleep. Good night, dear listener. Sweet dreams.